Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 2019 Australian Professional Photography Awards. This is the Australian Institute of Professional Photography's flagship event of the year, I'm sure. And here in room 2, we are judging the pet and animal category, sponsored by Sony. My name is Kylie Lyons, and I'll be your panel chair for this session. And sitting beside me is the lovely Julie Ewing, and she's the scribe, so she's got to learn how to push buttons to turn you on and off when you want to talk. Now, we've got some beautiful print handlers out the back, and they've got some really nice T-shirts this year. Now, we're just getting the names. Mel's here. I think, Mel, you're the key person here, are you, for room 2? Yeah. Mel, and then we've got Mika. Is it Mika or Micah? Mika. Hi, Mika. And then Denise. Denise is also here. Say hi. Hi. All right. Our judges for this morning, sitting here in chair number 1, Christopher Ian, all the way from Melbourne, took the long way here via the Hume Highway, but he's here, which is good to see. Next to him from the New South Wales, Queanbeyan. Or have you moved? Still Queanbeyan? Okay. But ACT member, Hilary Wardoff, after all that. Welcome, Hilary. Thank you very much. Dean Mansbridge. Is it Lonnie or is it Hobart? It is Hobart. I apologise if that's offensive to call you from Lonnie, but welcome. And next to Dean, look, special, we have the reigning champion. She's got the belt, the UAC belt, the actual professional photographer in this category, Karen Allsop. Clap, 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 clap. Except you didn't enter this category this year, did you? No. Oh, interesting. Okay. So you're going to be toppled this year. Handing it over. Good on you. Welcome. Karen, are you from Melbourne? Excellent. And then way down the end, which is like you are from the West Coast, Janet Craig has come over from Perth. You moved out of Perth though, didn't you? Didn't you go like up north a little bit? Well, that's north, isn't it? Scarborough's north of Perth. Yeah, okay. All right, so let me tell you what this category is. This category is intended for images of domesticated pets, farm animals and captive zoo animals. Pet animal photography is broadly defined and can include studio portraiture, documentary, corporate and travel work, creative and illustrative portraits. The animals should be the primary subject of an image entered into the category, even where it includes one or more people or shows animals relating to or interacting with them. I'm not going to read that part, we don't need to know that. Now, we're going to judge in 2 sections. We will be judging pet and animal open and pet and animal single capture. And I believe we are starting the single capture first. So the images we will see are single capture, meaning there is no retouching. So, single capture is to reward technical and creative excellence in photographing and presenting an authentic representation of a scene without the benefit of creative compositing techniques. I'll read the open section when we get to that, so we're single capture. All right, print handlers. How are you going? You ready to go? Yes. We're ready. Good on you, Mel. Judges, you ready to go? Yep. I'm ready to go. Julie, ready? Let's go. Start judging. First print, please. Thank you, judges. Just waiting for... Thank you. Judges have scored. The average is 76. All right, I'll ask for a comment. Maybe, Christopher, could you give us a comment, please? Constructive?
The subject is being lit almost uniformly, which is a disappointment because you've got your focus point perfect. If you just vignetted or slightly deepened off your lighting style so that the eye was going straight to where that eye was, but the foreground is too light.
Thank you. Appreciate those comments. Next print, please. So if you've just tuned in, this is the pet and animal category, sponsored by Sony, and this is the single capture subcategory. Hello to our crew and our crowd in the room. We've got a great crowd in the room. Hello, crowd. Yay. Oh, yay. Hello, crowd. Good idea. Thank you, judges. The print has averaged 77. Happy with that score? I can accept it. Thank you. And Dean, a comment, please. Thank you.
I think this is a really beautiful little glimpse into a little world. So I really applaud the composition and the idea here, but I think it's just lacking a bit of detail through all the scene. I think there's a depth of field that's working against it and not picking up the details that could be there. So great concept.
Lovely. Thank you, Dean. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. Print has averaged 76. And Hilary, you're nodding. Can I ask for a comment, please?
Hello. Yes, I think it's beautifully captured and nicely lit. I think to get it into a range, I think there just needs a bit more expression possibly to get it there a little bit higher.
Thanks, Hilary. We'll accept that score and get the next print, please. All right, our scores are coming in. Thank you, judges. We have an average of 80, a silver award. Now, the judges don't get to see everyone else's score, but we have 3 judges in that silver range, hence we've scored an 80, and then 2 judges at 78. But I might ask for a comment. Karen, would you give us a comment, please?
Yes, well done on the silver, first silver for the day.
Yay.
And yeah, it's a beautiful capture. There's a lot of detail in the print and the toning and the colour of the print is beautiful. So well done.
Excellent. Thank you, Karen. Let's go next print, please. So a reminder, this is the single capture subcategory of the pet and animal overall category. Thank you, judges. Print has averaged 75. Dean, I'm loving that you're leaning in for a comment.
There's a nice little story here and a sense of relationship between the two, but there's just an overall softness that's really letting this print down. The sharpest bit with the most detail seems to be the little bit near the bottom of one of the monkeys, not the faces where we really want to see sharpness.
Excellent, and our judges are all nodding, so we've all seen that. Thank you very much, Dean. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. Print has averaged 83 as silver, and I have a challenge. Excellent. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. You can't challenge, Hillary, but Karen can. Oh, well, okay. That's all right. That's right. Yeah, but I've got Hillary's in seat 2. And I'm just trying to adjust the scores. I think something's playing up with this. Just let me... Yeah, it's just get me someone technical. So you scored 88. I've got it here as 2. I think your laptops are in the wrong position. Your little... Yes. Your... Oh... Oh, okay. Everyone stand up. Yeah, Dean's right. Dean's right. Musical chairs quickly. It's all right. Okay, yes, because they're back to front. This is usually seat 1, and now it's seat 5. Okay. My apologies. Look, we've just had a bit of fun there for a minute. We've just... All right, we're going to challenge it, yes, because Hillary has scored at 88.
Why don't you just finish where you were, guys?
All right, that's what we'll do. Okay, we'll finish where we were. So everyone go back. We'll finish the challenge here. That's correct. All right, so let's see if I can get this right. So Hillary, you have scored 88, meaning you are 5 points away from the average, which means you can challenge, and I will accept your challenge. Go for it.
The print is beautifully printed, and I think the juxtaposition of the cat with the leopard thing and the child with the alopecia is a very clever thing. I like the fact that there's a tension between the photographer and the fact that the cat is directly looking at the photographer. So it is about the cat, even though we've got a child there that's got this skin condition. But it reflects what the cat is as well. So, and I think the sombre palette is very effective in actually achieving this. So I think it's a definite silver distinction. That's why I gave it 88.
Thank you, Hillary. So I've got to just think a bit for a minute. You scored at 78, Janet. Could I get a comment from you, please?
Yes, I've scored it in professional practice. I guess... there's a lot of things in the image that I found a little jarring. It's almost like the cat, it's a missed, like the moment was just before that, like the cat's trying to flee. I don't mind the fact that we've got the jarring moment or, you know, the tension in, you know, the offset of the hands, but my eye is just distracted into that background, even though there's a marrying of tones. Yeah, so yeah, I'm listening to you. Yeah, thanks.
All right, I'll hear a comment from Christopher. Ian, thank you.
One of my pet subjects is that people photograph extraordinarily well, but they don't involve the subject. The child at the back is so tentative with its hands and the way it looks down. It's really nervous, and the cat is so protective. It's just a beautiful composition in that regard, that the subjects are pulling this up into the next category, and I reckon I will go up.
All right, Dean, do you have something to add?
I do, and just to tie the story together a little bit more, given a little bit more time that we've had to look at this now, I kind of read it as her little spirit animal, and this is a part of her, part of the subject. This little animal. At first, I was a little bit put off by that sort of tension and the fact that the cat wanted to escape, but maybe that's telling us about the human subject here, and that she's trying to escape potentially this condition. So I don't know, given a little bit more story to read into, I could probably elevate a little bit higher as well. There's potentially a little bit more finesse could have been used to balance lighting in the background and potentially the brightness in the lighter skin. But this is all about that, isn't it? That contrast in skin. So yeah, I can really see this going a bit higher than just a silver as well.
All right, then Hilary, right of reply.
Yeah, I think the fact that the cat is struggling a bit, but they've captured a very quiet moment. But I also feel that, and I agree with Christopher and Dean with about, oh gosh, I've lost my words, the tension. But I think the crop is very effective in realising that it is about the cat, but the cat is that person's pet.
All right then. So Hilary, sit back and relax for a moment. You're on 88. Our other judges may rescore. Now, the print is averaging 83 currently. Our other 4 judges can... Oh, beg your pardon, just a minute. I've got to push a green button first. Now you may rescore, judges. And we now have 86, silver distinction. Yay. Now, we're going to play musical chairs again. So I'll get the judges into those musical chair seats. That didn't affect our judging at all or our scoring for any other prints. But it's all... I don't even think they keep records of the numbers or anything like that. I don't even get any numbers for sitting here all day. So that's okay. But congratulations to the photographer, silver distinction. Let's have next print, please. That. All right. Print has averaged 82, silver award. I have a challenge. Karen's going to challenge on 88. I'll hit the green button now. Go for it, Karen.
Okay, this is a single capture masterpiece. The moment in time that is captured, the sharpness of both of the dogs, but the shallow depth of field, the sand in the air, the colour tones of the overall image, the orange and the blue and the cinematic colours in there that have been captured. Everything in this is just about perfect. I can't fault it. The moment is captured perfectly, and I think that it should go up to at least a silver distinction.
All right, I'm going to ask Hilary for a comment. You're at 77.
Absolutely love the moment, love the sharpness, love the sand. I don't like the cloud behind his head, and it's distracting me from that moment. I think if it was just blue sky, definitely. It is such a fantastic moment, but I keep getting distracted in my mind's eye with the cloud.
Janet, would you like to make a comment?
Thanks for challenging this, Karen. I'm definitely going up. I'm really loving how the photographer has brought something to this, and I actually like the fact that we've got that the containment of the image. So we've got the containment of the bottom and then the top. It's a real. I think it actually transcends. It is up into that next level. Your eye has got somewhere to rest perfectly, and there's a great little story in it as well. There's so much personality. Yeah.
All right, you have something to add, Christopher?
If we were judging sport, one of the things that pushes an upper category is if you get a reaction from the person who's missed out on the ball. And that's what you're getting here. Is the subject at the bottom is actually gleefully acknowledging its opponent. It's got the ball.
Oh, okay, Dean, make it. Yeah.
Just really quickly, the thing holding me down from a distinction was the colour in the dog at the top seems so almost fluorescently brightly orange, and over the top I feel like that's been handled too much. If there's a reason for that, then I could potentially come up because of all those other beautiful things that we've mentioned.
All right, Karen, you get a right of reply to all those comments.
All right. Well, I think we've touched on the fact that it's framed and there's that mirror-like effect between the sand and the sky there, but also single capture. The photographer has decided to enter this in single capture, so couldn't change the sky. That is the way that it was, but it's been framed really beautifully. The colour I think it pops. I don't know. I really like it. I just think from here we're looking at it, and the colour of that dog just pops out. It makes it three-dimensional. So I think it's intentional, and I think it's worth coming up.
All right then. It currently averages 82. Karen, you got to sit back for a minute. Just take a chill. And let our other judges debate within themselves what they're going to do with their scores. Oh, see, I can see results first. 85, silver distinction. Very nice. So your talking worked. You've got a couple of judges to come up with you into that next range. Congratulations. Next print, please. Numbers are coming. Thank you, Christopher. Got it. We have an average first up of 85. But I'm just going to ask the question. Thank you. I'm going to take the challenge because Janet has given it 90. Now, here's what's happened. You've got 87, 88, 84 and a 78. I just think that's funny. That's great, So let's do some talking, Janet. Let's see what you've got to say. I'll take your challenge. No, because it's off the it's 10 off the average. So it is an elective challenge. So I'm taking your challenge. You will get a right of reply. 85. So it's currently a silver distinction, but you're going gold. Okay, let's go. Thanks, Janet.
Okay, we're talking single capture here, and this photographer has brought something to the table here that is absolutely just so well positioned and placed and lit. I absolutely love all those shadows, how they sort of bring your eye in and offer you more of the story by the way that the photographers actually shot it, time of day, however they've done it. It's just absolutely beautiful. Plus it's just got that beautiful colours and the harmony. Yeah, so that's it just brought that up into something really special, that gold range for me.
Okay then. Hilary, you know I will ask you for a comment on 78.
I enjoy the colour palette is quite beautiful. I'm confused by the narrative. I find that the shadows distract me from the actual insects. I'm not a... My father was an entomologist. I'm not sure what's male or female, but so it could be, the top one is a female and the others are male and they're going for her. So I'm confused by the narrative. But the other thing is that, sometimes you see sort of specimen photography, and I think it sort of harks to that, but doesn't necessarily come off for me. So I'm confused by the narrative and love to hear more.
All right, Dean, thank you.
I think you get the narrative, because that's the narrative that I got. I think the difference between this and specimen photography is the drama that we are given by the shadows. That makes it feel alive. That makes it feel like there's a sense of the attention between these three vying males who are vying for the mate in the queen, who is a little bit softer and a little bit more feminine almost in the actual, when you look up close at the details in there. I believe that's done on purpose. Maybe I was a little bit soft at 88, but I think all of these things, I think it's just such a beautifully well-crafted print that is an homage to this scientific, dry sort of thing, but really brought alive by the drama in the lighting and the photographic skill and the way that the composition's been held together. So I'm definitely considering lifting my score.
All right, I'll go to Christopher first, then come back to Karen.
I've been a little unfair because I was expecting much more symmetry. But the more I look at it, it actually looks more realistic because it's not symmetrical. The animals look alive as opposed to specimens. I love the dancing teacups. That shadow is reminiscent of some very famous photos. And the hardest thing about achieving it, if you look at the original photo that induced this sort of lighting, is the first animal should be super bright compared to the last animal because it's getting the hot light. And yet it's exquisitely printed. I'm going up.
All right, Karen, we're talking gold, so I'll let everyone have a chat.
Yeah, I much has been said that I was going to say, but I feel like there's quite a few different stories that could be taken out of this. I looked at it and I sort of felt like the top one was a queen and the loyal subjects were coming to talk to the queen and request. And I think there's so much you can get from this. It really is alive. It really is well printed. It's a beautiful image, and I'll be coming up.
All right, Janet. You get a right of reply.
Yes, I guess I've had my head stuck in Game of Thrones, and the minute it turned around, I just sort of I had it going through my head, and so I sort of got the Queen thing, and then I went up close, and I wasn't disappointed because I thought, my goodness, this photographer has actually bought something here that is, so beautifully done, as well as so much drama and so let's go gold.
All right then, it's currently averaging 85. Janet's score of 90 stays in place. Our other judges may rescore. Ladies and gentlemen, first gold in this room, 91. Yay. Well done. And we should reiterate, this is single capture. So we're single capture category in the pet and animal. So congratulations to the photographer, and definitely go out and have a look at it on the display boards later in the day. Thank you, judges. Okay, we'll go next print. Thanks, Mel. Okay then. Emma, could you judge this one for Karen, please? Thank you, judges. Just Janet's scores coming in now. Thank you. We have an initial score of 86 with a challenge from Hillary on 92. Now, Hillary, there's support there. There's 88, 86, 82 and 83. So I'll hand it over to you.
Initially, very extreme, strong impact when it turned around. The sand looked like fire. It looked like I don't know, a Norse god or a mythological creature, and yet to me it's like obviously a small horse, I think, or a pony, and so it's sort of contradictory in a way. And so, but I'm thinking, you know, like he's got a big heart, and he's off there and he's strong, and the colour palette reflects that sort of determined sort of look on his face, and it's beautifully printed, and he's flying, and I'm assuming it is a male, so sorry, it could be a very wonderful goddess, female, beautiful horse, but and it's just beautifully printed and absolutely worthy of a gold.
All right, then. Emma, would you like to make a comment?
Yep, so I scored 82, and I guess what I'm struggling with is all the things that you're saying there about it in terms of its vibrancy and its life. I can't see in the actual animal. So the facial expression, the staticness of the animal, I'm really struggling to see how they sort of connect to each other, because I want to feel all the things that you're feeling when you look at it, but it just feels very static and very sort of still in the actual expression of the animal. So, but I'm listening. Keep talking.
All right, then let's hand over to Dean. He might have something to say.
I had it in distinction for both of your reasons, girls. I think that was just bang on. I think one of the reasons for the staticness is the tightness of the crop. I think there's a real sense of movement given to us by the illusion of flame that is some sort of sand, which is so technically well captured. I think this is amazing in single capture. It's so good. But that sense of movement for me is lost by the composition being so close on the direction that the horse is going. So that's why I felt very comfortable in the silver distinction range.
Okay. Christopher, do you have anything you'd like to add to the debate?
It's almost what our colleague has just said. There's space at the base, which doesn't add enough, and there's space in front of the nozzle that should be more, or 2 times, 3 times more. But I do really appreciate the lighting on the face. As a portrait photographer, I really appreciate how you've got a gradation on that face and you're seeing tones that are giving you form, like the whiskers underneath. So I've put it in silver distinction.
Okay, then. Hillary, right of reply.
Yeah, I think it's a deliberate crop because it is a profile shot of this horse. And I think there's an uncertainty in the horse's expression or the pony's expression, and so which is in contradiction to the fire that you sort of see flowing behind him. So I just think that the narratives are actually quite interesting and should be rewarded.
All right, then. So Hillary's score of 92 will stay in play. Our other judges may rescore now. The current average is 86. And it moves to 89. So it will go for review. So it means there's life still. But thank you for all those comments. And thank you, Emma, for stepping in. And I should explain, so everyone, we heard this twang of an accent from poor Emma. I've just got to remember, you're from Bay of Plenty up the top, aren't you? Wahakihiki Island. Okay, so Karen stepped off the panel just for a moment, which she is quite in her right to do. But congratulations, and this will move into reviews at the end of the category. Next print, please. Alrighty, thank you, judges. Print has averaged 79. And again, it's another print. It will go for review at the end of the category. So we'll go to the other room and they will be asked whether it does deserve to go into that silver category or not. We should still make a comment, and so I will ask Dean, would you make a comment, please?
Absolutely. I think you've done very technically well here and definitely a very high level of professional practice. The thing for me holding it out of the award range was the lack of decisive moment. I don't think that the lizard's in the best position within this frame to give the most drama, which would have elevated it into the silver award range for me.
Okay then, thank you, Dean. Let's go next print, please. You're like those little scorpions, aren't you? Oh, you missed it. You were probably... I don't know what they were. Something. Was it a... Thank you, judges. Print has averaged 81. It's a silver award. So we're going to do two things. I'm going to do a judge change and get a comment all at the same time. Do you think we can do it? We can? All right. Comment then. Karen, would you be our commenter? And Janet, you're going to be our rotator.
This is cute factor 100%. It's well done to the photographer. A perfect capture for silver, and single capture, very well done.
Excellent, thank you. We appreciate your comments. And we've done a bit of a judge row change. What was that? Judge row change, and yeah, rotation change. So we've got Mark Rosetto. Is that how we say it? Not risotto. Whatever. That didn't it? And you're all the way from Queensland. Welcome. So we've got a nice diversity on the panel. Accept that score. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. Print has averaged 77. Christopher, would you be able to comment?
It's a work in progress. You've got the context of the background's not there. The background's a muted background that has nothing to do with the colour timbre of the front. And even putting the wrap around the dog seems like indignant that it's been made to have this wrap around it. So you haven't followed through with the expression of the animal to get some success out of this pose.
All right, thank you very much. Next print, please. Everybody's a master on our panel. No. Thank you, judges. Print has averaged 78. Yes, you may challenge Hillary, and I'll take it. You're on 84. A little bit on your own. All our other judges in that high 70 professional practice range. Go for it.
Okay, so single capture. When you go into RSPCA or dog pounds or what have you, you often see this type of dog in there. And it, to me, as a documentary image, it's not pretty. The blue is really blue and whatever, but it's a dog pound. This dog is craving love, and yet these are the type of dogs that often you see in things because they have another character as well. It's a bitch, and so it's obviously had pups. It is just I just love the connection between the human and the dog, and it's a very sad, heartbreaking image. You know, the dog might not survive because of the type of dog it is.
Okay. Mark would like to make a comment.
Yep, I'm at 78, and for me, like the perception, I mean, the view, the colours, all that type of stuff, the story. For me, it's that kind of decisive moment that's been missed. You know, if the dog's seen the owner for the first time, it's licking its face, it's got more character, and that the lady is just kind of looking down a bit, kind of numb. So in terms of all those things that you said, it's all there, but I think from an expression point of view, it just doesn't carry it across for me. So for me, it's more of a timing that the frame before, the frame after, or in that sequence would have given us a little bit more story.
All right, Dean.
All of the elements, the composition here is really striking, but I think there's just so much colour that's bright and fun and lively, which is in such direct contrast with this dark moment of this lack of hope and things for this dog to ever find a home. It's single capture, and I think that's done really well, but we can still make things black and white, and I think just simply with a monotone change that would help draw us in. The leading lines would be more prevalent and take us into that moment a bit more, cropping out the exit sign, little technical things like that would have elevated this a lot higher.
All right. Hilary, a right of reply.
With respect, I disagree. I think that it's not palatable. It is seriously not palatable. But then, you know, what's happening there in that they euthanize animals, and it's not palatable. It's the dog services person that's actually cuddling the animal. It's not an owner or whatever. Well, it could be, I suppose, but I'm assuming. But so it's not a palatable palette. But I think that absolutely adds to the story, and the narrative is so strong, and it's got me. You know, I'm a dog lover, and it's got me, and I'd love to take the dog home, but I wouldn't because of the type of dog it is. So, you know, there's so much conflict in this, so that's why I think it's worthy of a silver at least.
All right, then. Hilary is sitting on 84 at the moment, and the current average is 78. So, judges, please rescore. Oh, okay. By majority, we have a 79. So it will go for review. It does have more life. And it's one of those ones, it did average 80, but 3 of our judges stayed in that 70 range. So it's a majority score, which overrides. But it will go for review. So very good chats. Thank you, judges. Next print, please. Hello to all the people out there in live stream land who's listening into room 2. Do we know where they're from, Neil? We don't know any of that. Just numbers. People are listening to us. And look, we've got people in the room here. I'm sending you our love all the way from Randwick, Sydney, New South Wales this year. Different place. And we've got our judges scoring in the pet and animal category. It's sponsored by Sony, and this is the single capture subcategory. And this image has averaged 78. So I will ask for a comment from Karen, please.
Well done on professional practice. The colour choice with the sepia tone, maybe it was deliberate by the photographer to go to that dated kind of look, but I do feel that it would do better in colour, or perhaps just a standard black and white.
Okay, and we've got nodding around, so there's agreement. Thank you. Next print, please. Next print, please. Thank you. Thank you, judges. Print has averaged 84. It's a solid silver, but it will also go for review. So there might be an opportunity for it to become a silver distinction. But Christopher, could I get a comment from you?
I sincerely thought I was being a bit average in my scoring. I was almost contemplating gold. There are only so many tones that the modern digital camera records, and you've set your exposure perfectly. So whites through to darks are perfect, and you've got a crazy highlight which you've obviously engineered in the eye. Single capture, this is extraordinary. I really do hope you get rewarded.
Thank you. We'll accept that score. Next print, please. All right. Can I just point out, we are now moving into, we're now moving into the open section. No, I haven't got. Sorry, blank screen for a moment. Can we just check that? I have it here that we have finished the single capture. Oh, we're going to review. No. Ah, okay. Okay. So I believe what we're going to do is reviews first. Yes. There's still one more. I haven't got that. They're fixing it. Okay. Well, yes, team's going well. Team's going well. Feeling good. Bright and... What you done? Does everyone here know Sue Lewis? Hello, Sue. Say good morning, Sue. Morning, Sue. All right. Well, if this is our first little technical issue, it's not so bad. It's pretty darn good. Yes. So this is the pet and animal category, as we've mentioned, sponsored by Sony. Now, did you know, Mark, Sony produce an exciting range of cameras, lenses, and audiovisual equipment?
That is amazing.
I know. Now, they're at the forefront of development in mirrorless camera technology and are the first company to bring animal eye autofocus to their interchangeable lens cameras.
That's crazy. That's like cheating for photographers. That's awesome.
And this new autofocus mode that uses AI-trained algorithms to find and focus on the eyes of wild animals. And pets. That works for this category, don't you think?
It's amazing for this category. They couldn't have picked a better category.
I know, yes. So, we can go and talk to them later, I think. I
think that's a brilliant idea.
I think it is. Well, while you've got the microphone, tell us about yourself. You know, what do you like? Walks along the beach, you know, reading.
I actually quite do. I live in Brisbane and I live right beside the beach and I enjoy a long walk on the beach.
Excellent.
so
30-second spiel, come on,
okay,
and then we're going to move along.
Mark Rosetto, master photographer, family wedding photographer from the past, now doing photography business coaching, helping photographers all around the world to build businesses and sustainable businesses and the lifestyle that they've always wanted.
Awesome. And we can find you on Facebook, can't we?
Find me on Facebook, The Photography Business Coach.
There it is. That's a nice plug.
Thank you very much.
You owe me.
You're welcome.
Now, we mentioned before that Karen Allsop was the reigning champion of this category, soon to hand over her crown. Yes. Did you get a crown?
No crown.
No crown, no. Damn. Tell us about yourself, Karen. Where are you from? What do you like to do?
I am from Melbourne, born and bred. I love taking lots of photos of lots of different things and blending them all together in Photoshop to create art. I do commercial work and private work and the Heart Project, where we create images for families and kids that have challenges and disabilities. And I also teach on compositing too, and I have a website as well, Mark. It's if you go to storyart.education if you want to learn more.
This is a great plug session, isn't it? I love it. All right. We've been told we're ready to go. So could I have that print back, please? Mika and Denise, thank you. So this is still single capture. I apologise that it wasn't on our system, but it is a single capture. And Karen has stepped off, so we've got Emma from Waiheke Island. I'm going to have to remember, Waiheke Hickey, New Zealand. Okay, scores are in. We have averaged 84 and is a silver award with the opportunity to go for review as well. So I'll get a comment. Who would like to comment? Let me see. Thank you very much. Christopher will take the rein.
An extraordinary crop, an extraordinary exposure, but also you've brought your subject along with you because the animal looks serene. It's possibly the way you've put the highlight in the eye, but it's certainly the way the vein of the hair comes down. It looks feminine. It looks regal. Very well done.
Thank you. I'll accept that score. Okay, so let's have a blank screen. All right, I've got to push a button here. And I think we're going to go into reviews. So what we'll do, Dean, take the microphone, Dale. Give us a spiel. Tell us about yourself. And what website have you got that we need to plug? Yeah, what can we plug?
Well, my name's Dean. I'm here from Tasmania, formerly from Adelaide, Carn the Crows. I'm the photographer, I suppose, that photographers use for their family portraits. So I'll plug my own personal business. That's a stretch, isn't it? Yeah. Anyway, when you come down to Hobart, pop in for a coffee or bring the kids and we'll do a family photo shoot at level 1152 Collins Street, Hobart, the Zanzo Portrait Studio. Look at something. This is ridiculous. Anyway, no, you're welcome to come for a coffee. It's a beautiful place. And what else? Oh, look, it's Hillary.
Guess what? No, we've got no time for Hillary yet. We're up for reviews. Now, does everyone know how a review works? Well, you do, but I'm going to explain. So a review means that in the other room, this image has been scored on the cusp. I will tell you what it scored, and you will tell me yes. You will hold yes to me if you believe it should go up into the next scoring range. If you think it's scored its correct score, you will show me no. Okay? So can I have that first print, please? No, you can go up to it. Absolutely. Yeah. Yep, turn. Okay. Do you know what this scored? Because I don't have it. Oh, hang on. Okay. This image has scored 79. Do we upgrade this to an 80 silver award? And everyone's going, hell yeah, we're all in agreement. We've now got a silver award. Yay! Oh, is someone happy up the back? You've just made someone happy up the back. Oh, someone's wife's happy. I'm going to say yes, upgrade to silver award. And let's turn and see what happens next. Nothing. Oh no. So we have just completed single capture. All right. So Hillary, while I get active, you give us a spiel about yourself. So Hillary Wardoff, take the microphone.
Hillary here. I'm a photographer I live in Queanbeyan, so most of my clients are in Canberra, politicians, lawyers, etc. But I'm wearing a shirt called Loud and Luminous, and myself and my dear friend Melissa Anderson have a curated exhibition of Loud and Luminous 2019 in the stand here. And tonight at 6 o'clock, if you want to come along, we're going to be discussing personal projects to change the world with, and it's free to come along. We have some amazing speakers that we're going to speak to this afternoon. So yes, see you there.
Awesome. Where did Dean go? Well, you know what? Emma, do you want to come on for real now? He's lost. Okay, so we'll give Dean a real break. Hopefully he doesn't rush too much. You know, I understand what it's like. Yeah, don't go there. Don't go there. All right. Emma Hughes, she's in the system. She's brought into she's from Hickey in the north of New Zealand. welcome, and hopefully we'll get a chance to hear a little bit more about you. So we are now judging the open category of pet and animal. Let me tell you what that means when I find it. Here we go. Entrants may utilise all post-production techniques, including multiple images or elements, in producing their entry. Okay. Judges feel good? Mel, your team right? We're ready. First print, please. First game's a good game. Thank you, judges. Print averages 84 is a silver award. And we'll go for review. It may still have life. So we'll get a comment. Let's hear from Karen. Would you make a comment, please?
This is a really sharp, beautiful print, very well done. And the light in the sky, I think, draws your attention to the dog right there in the middle, but sharp, all the moments captured, everything frozen. Well done.
Lovely. Thank you, Karen. Next print, please. They put it together. My mum and dad went and bought me a lamp. Thank you, judges. Print has averaged 75. Mark, could we hear from you, please? You're right on 75.
Yeah, with this capture, it's with the movement of the dog. I can't find the connection with the movement of the dog, with the type of dog it is, with the background, with why it's posed like that. It's just so conflicting with all the whatever the message is trying to be kind of said. So if the photographer can make that a bit clearer, it'll help it to get into those next stages.
Yeah, something else to add, Christopher?
The bokeh in the out of focusness is far too sharp and hesitant. If you're looking for a tilt shed effect, which I imagine that's what you're attempting, it should be a much better, softer, plainer focus.
Thank you very much, judges. Let's go next print, please. I just thought, have a break. I know. But thank you, judges. Print has averaged 85 with a challenge. Christopher Ian, right down the end, is on a 90. He's going for gold. And I'll give you what you're working with, Christopher. You've got an 88 and an 86 with you, and then you've got an 81 and an 82. Take it away.
I think I like to reward people who step that step further and go against the grain. And the going against the grain is we are always told a full range of tones. The super black in this is just making the animal look wet. The curves of the animal can be so appreciated because the black is so intense. The animal sits off the background because it is so black. There is no, let's give it a slate look, let's give it a slight look. It's a total black, and it's a presentation in the classic compositional curve. I'm still struggling to find out what style of animal it is, but it certainly looks mean, nasty, and offensive almost. And yet it's probably only a few millimetres across.
Hilary, could I hear from you, please, on 81?
I agree. I think I've scored at 81 and it's a bit too low. I think the fact that it is a bug, I had to sort of struggle with the fact that I'm not enjoying the actual animal itself, and so I'm showing my prejudice against centipedes or whatever it is. But I think it sort of reminds me of Alien. And initially, when it first turned around, I wasn't sure whether it was one of those repeating sort of things, but I realised obviously it's a centipede of some sort. I need to listen to some other comments, please.
All right, I'm going to ask Mark for a comment.
Hello. I'm at 86. At the start, I was kind of like, oh, I want to see more detail in the black where it drops off and curves. But the longer it's up there, the more I enjoy it is just hardcore, monochrome, black and white, no detail crossing into the back. And the control that the photographer has with the the feet from the centipede with the focus, and then just that strong...
What's been said? No, we're all in agreement. Back to you for right of reply, Christopher.
Can I just repeat that the difficulty here is the animal is only millimetres across, possibly 2 or 3 centimetres maybe. It's got the shape and form of an animal, a vicious animal, because it's got stature that's been given by the pure blacks, pure whites, and the highlight that runs through the curve. It's an extraordinary composition, so well seen.
All right then, so Christopher, sit back and relax for a moment. You're on 90. Our other judges may rescore. And just reminding you, it's currently averaging 85. We've got it. 90, Gold Award. Oh, look. Oh, look. We've got someone in the back. They're so excited. Oh, how exciting. Congratulations. There you go. Gold Award. So have a look at it up on the big screen when it's outside. Congratulations. Let's go. Next print, please. Hilary a break? She probably needs a wee break and a tea break, wee and tea break. Yeah, Janet, I might rotate for Hilary. Give her a little wee break, tea break. Thank you, judges. Print has scored an average of 82. Silver award. Excellent. Now, I want to do 2 things. Judge rotation and comment at the same time. You're going to rotate, Hilary, because it's wee and tea break for you. I just thought of that. Is that a good one? That's a good one, isn't it? And Janet Craig is going to come back to our panel. Emma, Karen, would you like to make a comment? Yeah, you're eyeballing me, so I'll ask you. Thank you.
Well done on the silver. I feel like this is almost too well composed in the placement of the different animals, and then the giraffe is sort of a little too far to the right. So I think that this is a great direction and that the photographer can keep exploring this a bit more.
Excellent. Thank you very much. We'll accept that score of 82, silver, and have next print, please. Hello to everyone in live stream land. This is room 2 of the pet and animal category, sponsored by our good friends at Sony. And we've just heard about their magnificent new focusing that they can do on wild animals. That just is awesome, isn't it, Jules? Nice. It is amazing. So we'll go and see them in our break. But for now, we're judging the open category of pet and animal. Thank you, judges. Print has averaged 77. A comment? Thank you, Mark.
Yep, I'm right on there at 77. In terms of the subject is beautiful as the owl, but I don't think the photographer's brought us anything additional to the image apart from capturing it as that professional standard as what we should. And I'm sure Christopher's going to tell us why.
Christopher, something to add?
Just a quick thing which mightn't have crossed your mind. We have commented in the past about highlights and eyes. It's a distraction because so obviously a photographic umbrella. You're in a category which allows you to manipulate that. It would look a little bit more convincing if it wasn't such an object.
Thank you very much, judges. Next print, please. Go. Thank you, judges. Print scores 82, silver award. Yes. Comment. Yes, thank you, Mark. We'll take it.
Yeah, I'm at 83. In terms of the expression of the monkey and timing was just beautiful, the intense eyes, and to be in the position at the right place at the right time with the right lighting to capture that movement is done fantastically well. For me to bring it up to that silver distinction range was to have more control with the ground, so just better blending, better control, because at the moment it looks like it's just been dodged and burned, so it's just been kind of cleaned up a bit, kind of too much, that the monkey's kind of floating rather than being grounded.
And there's
Literally.
nods all around, Mark, so I think we're all in agreement. Thank you. Let's go next print, please. Thank you, judges. I nearly put... Oh! I did push the wrong button. Oh, no.
Can you push the back arrow?
Can I push the back arrow? Yeah. Oh, just a minute. Can you get one of the tech people? Get one of the... Yeah, don't look at the image. I just pushed the wrong button. Just get tech guy. And I didn't even look at the final score. There was a challenge available too, but unfortunately I hit the wrong button, and so it accepted the original score. So I do apologise. I'll just see if we can go back to rescore it, or if we just have to move on. So maybe could I just have a blank screen for a moment, please? Hi, Kev. Hi. I pushed accept. There was a challenge available. And I push accept by accident. Can we go back, or...?
That's a Josh question.
Yeah, Josh. Okay, my fault. So while we're going, let's speak to Emma. Come on, give us your 30-second spiel, your elevator spiel, and who you are.
All right. So, hi, I'm Emma from New Zealand. New Zealand.
New Zealand.
New Zealand.
Yeah,
I'm from Waiheke Island. I have been a wedding and portrait photographer for 25 years, and I just wound that up last year. So I'm currently in transition, maybe to fine art land. That's all. Yeah. So it's an exciting place to be.
That's
me.
exciting, isn't it? And welcome to Sydney. Sydney, welcome. Sydney, yes. Janet, can you fill in some blank because Kylie made a mistake on the judging? Tell us about yourself, Janet.
Janet Craig from Western Australia. Yes, I am a portrait photographer. I have a studio that I run with my daughter, Liliana Sarossi. And at the moment I'm shooting for 2 exhibitions. One is a Superheroes in the City, which will be displayed in the first week of the school holidays on the Yagan Tower, a 40-foot tower in the centre of Perth City, and also a dance series. And with these 2 series, we're raising money for the Perth Children's Hospital. So we've raised over $15,000 already, and yeah, just having a lot of fun just shooting these 2 campaigns.
Oh, good on you. There was a clap there. Good, yeah, thank you. Thanks for that, Janet. Very nice. We're just going to do a little bit of manual scoring for a minute because Kylie muffed up, and I'm happy to accept that I muffed up. It doesn't happen often, so I'll let.
It's judgment-free zone.
Yeah.
So the first score was, the print score was.
I've forgotten. Hang on. Get the calculator. Christopher Ian, tell us about yourself.
I came to the APPAs in 1981 as a guest of a principal photographer, Ben Stiple, and I was totally sucked in from that moment. The characters that they had in those days were just freeform. Some of the commercial photographers used to swear during judging. Ian Hawthorne would sit there and just look at them, and they learnt that they shouldn't have done that. There were no rules. It was just open slaver. It was like what your opinion was. But it was brutal. Very few people got golds. Almost nobody got golds. It was almost like a professional empathy against giving golds away because I hadn't got one yet. And the reason I lean forward is I'm probably one of the few photographers in this room that sacrificed themselves for their art. I have partial hearing loss simply because of a single outdoor rock event in 1975 where I got far too close to Richie Blackmore and Deep Purple, and I have percentage hearing loss because of it, as has my assistant.
Thank you for that, Christopher. Isn't it interesting? Now, we're going to do things like the old-fashioned way with pen and paper. So, could I have that original print back, please? All right. So, this we have judged it, we have scored it, and it scored a 78. Now, I'm assuming, Emma, you would like to challenge. Thank you. And now I did recall you did score 88. It was 88 because I remember because I went to go and push accept your challenge, and I thought. So, Emma is going to challenge on 88. Please go ahead.
I definitely like to talk about it. So I'm on 88, silver with distinction. I'm in strong appreciation of the intensity of this image, the gaze of the dogs, the feelings like they're the guardians of the galaxy, or they're some kind of a Greek heroic kind of story with the dogs set in place to guard against some, magnificent thing that might occur. I think this is a really strong, really impactful, very dynamic image. Very, very sharp. They're also gleaming and glistening. It's a really, it's a visually very appealing, very strong piece of communication. So I'd love to talk about it, please.
All right, Janet, could I hear from you, please? Because you're at 75.
Yes, I really enjoyed the tones of the image when it turned around, and I got that Guardians of the Galaxy sort of straight up. But then when I went up and looked at the expression on the dogs' faces, I just feel like the photographer has just sort of made a noise or whatever, as we do when we shoot dogs, and there's no real personality. So I was let down by the actual expression of the dogs, but I do enjoy the colour harmony of the image.
All right, then I'll ask Christopher for a quick comment.
Janet stole my thunder, but I really was looking for howling, some reaction to such an exciting sky.
Okay then, Mark, yes, quick comment.
Yep, just the white patch on the dog is the same as the Milky Way in the background, but I think in an open category like this, they've just got a story, put it together, and it's just not, the story's there, but it's just not executed to its full potential.
Okay then. Emma, you get a right of reply.
So regarding the expressions, I actually think that's one of the great strengths of this piece, the very static kind of stoic expressions on there. That they don't need to be howling, because that would be a sort of overly dramatising. They're a very strong presence there. But yeah, appreciate the talk about it. Thanks, guys.
Excellent. Thank you, Emma. Now, Emma, you don't need one of those little booklets. You sit back and relax. So our other judges, please show us your score. And for the benefit of the live streaming, we are not judging the image that you're looking at on the screen. We are judging the previous image, which is two little puppy dogs and the Milky Way behind them. So we are just rescoring that. And the print score's 79. So it will go for review and may well move up into that silver category. So thank you very much, judges. Thank you, Sue. Thank you, everybody. Back to the old-fashioned method of booklet. Oh, I know. Slap on the wrist for me. I know. I do apologise. All right. Let's go next print, please. So again, for the benefit of live stream, this is now the correct image that you're looking at that we are about to judge. And our panel is Mark Rosetto, Karen Alsop, Emma Hughes, Janet Craig and Christopher Ian. And sitting in first reserve, Dean Mansbridge and Hillary, who's munching on something. What is it? Oh, spinach and feta ricotta-y thingy. No, it looks all right. I'm due for a coffee soon, I think. It's nearly coffee break time. Wee and tea. Thank you, judges. Print has averaged 81. It's a silver award. Yes. Nice. Karen, I'd love you to make a comment. Thank you.
Well done on the silver. I think one of the really strong things of this one is the printing. It's really delicately printed on a luster paper that has texture, and it just brings out all of the detail in the legs. And so I think well done on the choice there.
Thank you. And a nod from Christopher at the end. We'll accept that score. Next print, please. Yes. Just waiting on Karen, because Karen's not there. Dean has stepped in for Karen. So, thank you. Print has averaged 84 and is a silver award. Big claps up the back, but it will go for review. So there's a possibility it may move into that silver distinction range. Christopher, I want to ask you for a comment, please.
For people who can't really clearly see this, the object on the left is the child's representation of growing in height in the giraffe. But the expression of that object, which you can't perceive, is so similar to the expression of the dog. And this is where I think it's going up in categories, because you've actually got the dog looking a bit nervous. The animal on the left is quite nervous. It's an extraordinary match. Very well seen.
And it looks like the little puppy dog's just trying to stretch up a little bit bigger too. Thanks, Dean. Thanks for stepping in. Next print, please. So we are working on judging the pet and animal category. And this is the open section. And it is proudly supported by Sony. Thank you to Sony for sponsoring this category. So much stuff. Thank you, judges. Print has scored 83, silver award. Yay. Janet, give us a comment, please.
Oh, gosh. I've scored it just on the distinction. Well done, the person who's put this together. There's just so much in there. It's almost like you just want to keep looking, and every single one of those dogs has an amazing expression, and so is the cat in amongst it all.
Look, there's a little
putty.
hidden cat.
Yeah, and it's not just expression, you know, like even the tongues and the mouths open, it's just all works. It's great. Well done.
Lovely, thanks, Janet. Let's accept that score. Go next print, please. Okay, the scores are in. The print has averaged, sorry, it's taking its time. There it is. The print has averaged 88. Yes, don't clap yet. There's a challenge. Mark wants to go gold, but let me tell you, you're not alone. You are not alone. All right, so you have got a 91 there with you, and then there's 88, 85, and an 83. So I'll accept Mark's challenge. Go for it.
Excellent. So I've got a gold award, outstanding visual communication, interpretation, emotional impact and technique. The photographer's seen something in this little fish. What an ugly little fish it is, but it's captured in such a beautiful way. To be able to see the fish and to think of the idea, to photograph it, to capture it on that particular angle and how it's turning. And the fish looks like it's looking at you. Like it's kind of like it's kind of got you in the eye straight away. But then the way that it's been printed and handled and captured, and the darker tone on the background with the circle matte, the balance of the image, the color palette, the tones, the image itself, the expression, I can't really fault it by any way, apart from like slight like a noise within the fish, but we kind of understand it's underwater as well. So I'm totally forgiving that because it's consistent throughout the image. It's not like it's in the darks, in the highlights, and the shadows. It's very consistent throughout. And that color palette is beautiful with the pink underneath that jawline. So I'm at 92, gold award. Come on up there with me.
All
and
right.
Emma.
Karen, I'm going to ask you for a comment on 83.
I may have scored a little bit too low for this one. I do agree with all that you say. Looking at the image, I think it's framed really well. Probably I was just looking for that more emotional impact from it. That's sort of the only thing that I feel is not bringing me up to that gold standard. So, but I'm willing to hear some more.
All right, I might ask Emma. You were agreeing with Mark. You're in 91 gold range.
Yeah, so I'm on 91. I was just thinking what I can add to what he said, 'cause he's done a very comprehensive job of saying all the beautiful things about this. Really, for me, the palette is an absolute standout, and the feeling, I guess, that it's such a illustrative piece. It could have been crafted as a pen and ink drawing or something. It has a really beautiful delicacy to it that I think definitely, knocks it into that gold award.
Yes, please, Christopher.
I'm going up because I believe that I've seen this at a critique night. I've judged it at state level. Now I'm judging it here. I think, to be fair, my initial impact 6 months ago, I've ignored that today. No, I'm going back to it because you're seeing it for the first time. I've got to remember how startling it was when I saw it for the first time.
All right. Janet, do you have anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, from here, it could be a dancer. It sort of transcends. It's just got such a beautiful flow to it. Everything is just sort of poetry, emotion, and you're right. Yeah, it's got gold written all over it.
All right, then, Mark, take it home.
Fantastic. So from an emotional impact, it is one of the things that it's a damn ugly fish that's looking quite pretty and beautiful. So in terms of that striking feel to it, but all the colours, all the tones, I think it's all been said. Bring it up into gold and let's reward this photographer for being awesome.
All right, then, Mark, your score of 92 stays put. Everyone else may rescore. Currently averaging 88. Everybody moved to gold. 91. Gold award. Also, from back here, it's hard from the side. You can't really see what it is. And I said to Julie, what's that? Thank you for telling us it's a damn ugly fish, but looking very pretty. Yeah. Thank you, judges. Nice gold award. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. Print scores 81, a silver award. Excellent. Let's ask Janet. I'm going to ask Janet for a comment.
Yeah, well done on the silver. A great little job. I guess I probably would have gone, there's a beautiful sense of family in the picture. So you've really captured something there. It's just a pity that one of the little ones wasn't actually looking at the camera, which, but it's still a nice little silver.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, Janet. Let's go next print, please. I'll give Dean. Awesome. Scores are in. 81. Silver award. Lovely. Well, yes, you can challenge. You're flashing green. Christopher Ian is on 88. And I will accept that challenge. You're a little bit out on your own, but you've got 75, 81, 82 and 78.
Now, isn't it extraordinary? I thought I'd be toning people down from gold. I'd be, watering it down and getting a bit of reality into it. I think this is an extraordinary piece of vision. For the audience, the dog on the right is losing its spots in the strong wind, and the other dogs are sympathising by looking at the spots as they float away. I think it's a very interesting perception and very creative in this category to see an interpretation like this that's almost illustrative.
All right, Janet, could I hear from you? You're at 75.
Yeah, Dalmatian spot, yeah. Sort of, I've, have sort of played with this sort of concept before as well. And I just think it's a miss. The spots are distracting. I don't think that the dogs have actually have got the expression. So it was just a bit of a miss for me for this image.
All right. Karen or Emma, do you have anything to add?
Just that I was contemplating going up. I did feel it had that initial impact, but I'm on 82. It was probably a little bit like what you were saying, Janet. It's perhaps lacking a bit of the expression from the dogs or the moment, but the eye contact is good. So the eye contact between the dogs and the spots is well done.
All right, then. We'll go back to... Oh, you wanted to say something, Mark? No, you didn't know? No, I'm right. I'll go back to Christopher for his right of reply.
I see the dog on the right as having the expression of shock. What has happened to me? Like a balding man who sees a security camera vision from behind. And the dog on the left is like, I hope this doesn't happen to me. That could have come off me. And the dog in the centre is the weight, the centre weight between the two. So you expect the neutral between two exclamations of expression, one of shock and one of slight sympathy but fear.
All right then, thanks Christopher. Your score of 88 stays put. The judges please rescore. And the Prince stays at 81, so still a silver award. Thank you. I'm going to ask someone in the audience to start writing down some of the quotes that we get this weekend, like seeing a balding man in a security camera. That's the first one for our little booklet. Love it. All right, so congratulations to the photographer. Quick judge change. Dean Mansbridge. Karen, do swapsies. Accept that score. Next print, please. All right, so our panel is in seat 1, Christopher Ian, then Janet Craig, Emma Hughes, Dean Mansbridge and Mark Rosetto. Did I say that right that time? Thank you. Yeah, that's right. You've got to be quiet. Oh, I can get someone to come and see you. Yeah. Thank you, judges. Print has averaged 82. Silver award. Lovely. A comment. Thank you, Christopher.
Yes, I think everyone in the room at the moment is trying to think of another way of existing as a photographer. Can I suggest this person goes to the person who makes this paper and sells the concept of this paper and this image? It is extraordinary blacks, and they would love to see their blacks recorded in such a juicy way. So yes, if it's Canson...
Juicy way, yeah. That's our. You're coming up with all our words this week.
If it's a Canson product, approach Canson. If it's another person's product, but certainly you don't sit back. You've got something that's saleable. Negotiate for a good price for the image, and you might find it internationally pushes up your mark.
Excellent. Thank you very much. They're nice words. Juicy blacks. Okay, next print, please. You want to step up? Hillary, could you judge this one? Thank you, judges. Print has averaged 79. So it will go for review, but interestingly enough, majority 80. It is a silver award. Straight off the bat, I apologise. It did average 79, but 3 of our judges are in that silver range, so it has moved up into silver. Excellent. All right. A comment. Janet? Why not? You're at 80.
Yes, well done on the silver. Great idea. And but perhaps for me, I would have liked to seen less on the vignette. And maybe the dog on the left-hand side and a little bit more from your little audience to actually elevate it even higher.
Okay, thank you, Janet. Let's accept that score. Next print, please. I might swap you in for Christopher. He's due for a break. I've been using and abusing this morning. Keep a tidy house, tidy house. Okay. Initial score of 87. Yay! Challenge right out from Mark on 93. Now you're working with 2 88s, an 86 and a 78. All right, go for it, Mark.
Okay, so I'm at 93 Gold Award. This is a perfect example of boy meets girl in the dog world of the dog coming in on the top left-hand side that meets the girl dog, and then they have to meet, and then they make puppies, and then the boy dog leaves. So from a breeding perspective, these dogs could be breeding dogs, and they are literally made to make puppies, pretty much. And from a story point of view, also too for the people at home who wouldn't see that the printing and the choice of that you're matting is really creative. And if you're here, you'd see it, but you're not. So next time come, because it's a print awards, and the way it's been handled is beautifully. In terms of the story, it's fantastic, and I love the little dog on the left-hand side doing a little bit of an accident. And yeah, I've rewarded the photographer for coming up with some pretty emotional impact. It's quite unique, and it's done quite well.
Okay, I'll ask Christopher for a comment because you're at the other end at 78.
I thought the storyline was so diffused that I stood up there for so long trying to think what's the storyline, because to me the puppies don't look like the product of the gentleman above. And then the only storyline that came to me was a disturbing one where he's interested in her, but she's got family, so I'll flick left and get someone with more older puppies, or they've moved out. I just couldn't. When it's that diffused, it sometimes annoys me, and that is reflected in the score. So I'm going to go up, but I certainly can't see gold, because gold should be apparent to me.
All right, Dean has some comments.
The reasons I kept it out of gold were the middle image, the one where the dogs are looking at each other, they're not looking at each other. So the mum, it seems to be looking well and truly above the eye line of the other dog. So I think that's sort of obvious for me that that's potentially been put together in a way. So that's unfortunately letting it down, because the strength is the composition and the story. I got it straight away and I loved it. I think it's absolutely hilarious, and there's a real humour and emotional connection that's just fantastic. There's also a bit of a blue tone through the black of the black dog, which for me was a printing handling sort of thing that just kept it out of the perfection required for me to give something a gold. But yeah, excellently well deserving of some award today for sure.
All right, Emma or Janet, do you have anything to add? No, nothing to add? All right, we'll go back to Mark then. You get a right of reply.
Cool. Yeah, that's a morbid way to think of it, Christopher, at the start. But in terms of, like, it's one of those things, sometimes these things take a little while to kind of sink in, and that story is quite clever. I reward the photographer for the story, the composition, the way they've put the matting and the capture together. So I'm at a 93. Every little bit counts. So thank you for the discussion.
Excellent. Thank you, Mark. So Mark's score of 93 remains. Can our other judges rescore? The current average is 87. And we have movement to 88. So silver distinction. Congratulations. Every point counts. I'll accept that score and we'll go next print, please. Got one more. I think everyone's been going very well. There's still, and I said this to Robin at stake, there's still people going I. And I even said at the beginning, it's the print. We take the I out of it. And I didn't get the opportunity between the single capture and open to reiterate that, but we'll do that at the end. Yes. So we just stop when it's 10:30. Okay. Tools down. Thank you, judges. The print has averaged 86, a silver distinction. And very consistent numbers there. A comment, yes. Chris, well, comment.
In the commercial world, you'd be rewarded because you've stylistically added all the ingredients. You've picked the right characters for your plot. You've found the setting. The stylistic work is brilliant. I do feel the dogs aren't pompous enough. And I know that sounds extraordinary, but I am giving it silver distinction. The next category is gold. Gold would insist on pomposity from the dogs because the whole thing has to work, because the human subjects are following through on their expressions.
Thank you, Christopher. And on that note, I should give you a break. You've worked very hard. So a wee and tea break, and we're going to bring Hillary back to our panel. Next print, please. Scores are in. Print has averaged 77. All right, we'll accept that score. Thank you. Dean, can I get a comment from you, please?
I think we've been presented with a very interesting concept that has some potential, but I don't think it's been executed in a way that gives us a clear enough narrative to tell a story that we can obviously see. And potentially the lighting is too contrasty and a bit harsh. It could have been treated more delicately and done better.
All right, and there's nodding again, so all in agreement. Thank you, Dean. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. Print averages 76. Mark, comment. Thank you.
Yeah. In terms of the colour palette and the styling and the printing and the way it's been presented, it's been done really well. But the defining moment of the dog has just been lost. The focus, the expression, the dog's hands. If you can revisit that space and just even have the dog just sit and poise on that kind of log and just give you a great expression, that would have made the image a little bit stronger.
Thank you, Mark. Next print, please. So just a reminder, this is the pet and animal category. You could probably tell, I guess, there's a lot of pets here, a lot of animals. And it's sponsored by our good friends at Sony. Thank you, judges. Print has averaged 72. A comment. Thank you, Janet.
Yeah, I'm probably photographing pets all the time. Just look at your lighting. It just looks a little underexposed. To get an award or bring it up into the award range, we really need really solid lighting. So, and particularly with a dark dog, you've got to have a backlight. You've done really well on your front light. And also we need really great expression as well. So it's just not quite there with the expression here. So keep on working on that. And yeah.
Excellent. Thank you, Janet. Accept that score. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. Scores are in now. And it averages 81. Silver award. Comment. Thank you, Mark.
Yep, so I've scored this in 83. What really got me into that range was the styling with the lion's little carnival, and then the whiskers, and it's like a little cat trying to be a big cat, and the expression is beautiful, the capture is beautiful, the lighting's beautiful. It's all beautiful.
Lovely. And rewarded with a silver. Congratulations. Next print, please. Yep. Got 5 minutes. We can tea. Thank you, judges. We have an average score of 83. Silver award. And we're all in that nice tight-knit 80s. So I'll ask a comment from... Yeah, Dean, you go for it.
I don't have anything constructive other than just this is really beautiful. I think a really delicate subject here. We get a great sense of the little personality in that moment where we've just been sprung and holding on to that little treasure. Don't take it from me, don't take it from me. I think in what is seemingly a technically difficult environment, I think you've done exceptionally well, and congratulations on silver.
Yeah, great. Thank you very much. Next print, please. Yes. Karen, can you judge this for Mark? What time are we back though? Where's our... Oh, yeah, hang on. Thank you, judges. Print averages 77. And a challenge. Thank you, Hilary. You're on 86. A little bit out on your own. Everyone else is in the 70 range, but let's have a chat. Go for it, Hilary.
I enjoyed this for two stories, possibly SpongeBob, sort of scenario, but also because of like a colour blindness test. I think it's a combination of both. I quite like the characters in the starfish. We've got one running, we've got one saying stop, we've got one going dancing. I think that the different colours are appealing. The one on the end's had enough. He's going home, or she's going home. But so I just think it's a really interesting way of illustrating these lovely starfish. And I gave it 86.
Indeed you did. Now, I need to hear from our other judges. So, Janet, do you have anything you can bring to the conversation?
Yeah, I guess I sort of get the, way they're all moving. It's quite good, particularly the little guy in the middle looks sort of like something from somewhere, I don't know what. But it just didn't hang together aesthetically for me. It just didn't sort of all marry, and there wasn't enough there. That's why I've sort of kept it in that professional range.
All right. Karen or Dean or Emma, anything to add?
The thing that drew me back mainly was more the cropping on the circles and the tightness of these starfish. I would like to see more space around, and I probably would have come up had that been the case.
Okay then, thank you very much, Karen. And no other comments to add. We'll go back to Hillary, right of reply.
Okay, I think for fairly static sort of animals, I think there's a certain dynamism to them. And I like the choice of different colours, the different poses to show their personalities, and because possibly they don't have much of a personality, but I'm just assuming that. I just reward the photographer for choosing a different subject matter and presenting it in a unique way.
Thank you, Hillary. Sit back on 86 for a moment. Our other four judges may rescore. And it has moved to 78. Congratulations. We'll accept that score. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. Print has averaged 79. You can, yes, you may. Thank you, Emma. You may talk to it at 84.
Yeah, so I'd like to discuss this for silver. So our parameters there are exceeds normal professional practice with high levels of communication, craft and skill. And when I look at this, I see just such sharpness and such a dynamic capture. The detail in there is so beautiful. I don't know that I've ever been able to explore a tongue quite in this fashion, but you can see all the detail through there. It feels like it's full of life to me, and the colour palette supports that with that beautiful glow. This is more than just professional standard, people. Let's talk.
All right. Mark, please.
I'm down the other end at 75. With all the things that you said was awesome about the dot and the expression things, but I find the glow at the back is just so overpowering that it distracts me from everything else, that I can't even focus on anything that's happening in the foreground because that glow in the background is so bright that that's all I'm looking at is that top. So that's where I'm at.
All right. Dean, do you have anything that you can say to the print?
I felt the similar sort of feelings to the other judges who have had a talk about it already, but I still think it's worthy of a silver because of the emotion I felt straight away when it turned around. There's some things we're not supposed to say when it first turned around. I felt, but there's an immediate impact because of that such overwhelming smile, and you get a real sense of the character of this portrait. I thought the dog was potentially jumping straight up and down, but with the way that paw's coming, there's a real three-dimensionality to the animal coming straight towards you at full pelt. So because of the power that sort of evoked, I was very comfortable, even though given the distracting elements of the top half of the image, I still believe that it's worth a silver award.
Okay. Emma, you get a final word.
So yeah, beg to differ on the glow at the top. I feel that it's part of the overall communication and the warmth and the real sort of strength of the image that bounds towards us. So I actually think it's one of its great strengths. That glow there just gives that really golden sense of of energy.
All right, thank you, Emma. Your score of 84 remains. Other judges, please rescore. Current average, 79. It won't go for review because we've scored at 81. Silver award. Well done, judges. Now, guess what? It is 10:30. We are having morning tea and we will be breaking. We and tea time. So please, judges, when you come back about 10 past 11, so you've got a bit of time, coffee, tea, whatever. Now, reminding you that Sony is our sponsor, and this weekend on offer through Camera Electronic and Camera House, if you sign up to Sony's email list, you go in the running for $1,500 worth of Sony gear. In New Zealand dollars, what's that, about $1,650 or something? You get a little bit more. There you go. So $1,500 worth of Sony gear on offer. So go to either stand 27, which is outside 2 and 3. Talk to Nick and George and their team. You can test drive the gear and discover all the other cool things in the Sony world. We will be back here in approximately 45 minutes. Thank you, ball boys. Thank you, print handlers. Going good? Going good. We and tea time. Let's go. Yeah, turn us on. Turn us on. But we were recording, weren't we? We weren't recording. You did it wrong. It's all your fault now. So, okay, one wrong slap on the wrist for you. I've got one as well. Okay, we're going to right. No, I know. And then we got people come telling us that we're going to come a bit earlier. Ladies and gentlemen, round 2 for pet and animal category, sponsored by Sony. We are judging the open section. Hilary Wardoff's up the end, Janet Craig, Emma Hughes, Karen Alsop and Mark Rosetto. Mel, you right out the back? Let's go. First print, please, in this next session. Screen's gone. We need some tech help. Okay. Yes, and there's no Sharpies around to write our names on it, so I'll bring one tomorrow. Thank you, judges. Print has averaged 76. Hang on. She's going to challenge. So Janet has scored at 82. I'll take your challenge. Thanks, Janet.
Oh, okay. Yes, as a photographer, you're presented with having to photograph a litter of puppies and come up with something creative, and this photographer has delivered. There's a great little point of interest in the middle that holds my gaze, and then there's so much personality kicking around with those other little puppies in the socks. I think it's great. Silver.
Thank you. Mark, comment?
Yeah, I'm at 72. It's out of focus. So regardless of everything else that you can add to the, like, it's just an inexcusable. I think the only focus point is the very top left-hand corner on the head behind the puppy. Everything else is very soft.
Very soft. Okay. Emma, do you have something that you could talk to the print about? No, I'd like to hear, not in addition to. Nothing more from Dean and Hilary. We can go back to Janet. You get a right of reply.
Okay. Well, I didn't actually notice that. Isn't that amazing? Because, I mean, I've got my little glasses here, but yeah, you know, I thought there was enough detail sort of kicking in there, and I love the mood of it, and well done to the photographer.
Okay, then let's rescore. Janet's score of 82 remains. And it scores 75. Thank you. We'll accept that score. Next print, please. Thanks, Dean, for stepping in. Yeah, you're out. Karen's in. Thank you, judges. Print averages 76. A comment, Karen? Thank you.
I think we've got the start of a story here. We've got a sailor's hat, but the rest of the image doesn't fall into that. So if the photographer wanted to take this further, perhaps thinking about the background and where the dog is placed to create more of a story.
Okay, thanks, Karen. And Mark has something else?
Really quick, in terms of the printing, they've done this reveal kind of window, and it's just not executed the right way. So if you are going to get clever with the way that you present your images, just make sure that it's executed the right way to highlight the print.
Thank you. Let's go next print, please. Thank you, judges. Print averages 78. Thank you. Emma's going to challenge on 84.
Yes, 84, so into the silver range there. An appreciation of the delicate, sharp humanity that I can see in this photograph. I just think it's been really nicely handled, and that it has a personality and a real softness. Like, you can see that infant monkey in there and the vulnerability. I think it's quite a beautiful capture with a lot of personality.
Hilary, you've gone up for a second look. Can I hear from you, please?
The expression is quite sweet of the baby monkey, but but the image to me looks a bit two-dimensional, and there's some sort of context needed, I think, to emphasise the lovely expression.
Okay, then. No other comments from our other judges. I'll give Emma a final word.
Well, regarding the context, the baby appears to be nestled into the mother or the father, the adult monkey, which gives me the context of that sort of loving embrace, or that sense of it being in a safe place. I translate this into a human gaze, I guess. If I saw this of a human baby, then I would see that real timeless sort of vulnerability and innocence to it. So I'm appreciating that when I see it. Yeah.
Thanks very much, Emma. Let's go next. Let's rescore. Emma's score will stay in play at 84. It's scored 78 at the moment. And by majority, we have a silver award, 80. Well done. And just so you know, it did average 79, but 3 of our judges moved it into that next scoring range. Congratulations. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. Print has averaged 77. Mark, would you give us a comment? Yes, could you do that?
I actually scored this in 81 in the silver range for the expression of the joey. It would have been a lot stronger and taken it further. Just the black and white of the joey and the colour of the background is just... If the joey was just in colour, it would have been able to, I think, make it stronger.
Thank you. Accept that score. Next print, please. Yeah, of course. Dino, do you want to step in for this one for Mark for me? Thank you, judges. Print has averaged, no, it's majority 79. You can challenge. Thank you for highlighting that, because it did average 80, but we've got 3 of those judges in that 70s, high 70s. So you're on 84. So Dean Mansbridge, talk to the print.
I'd love to, without any horsing around, I promise. There's a really strong... Oh, guys, concentrate. I think I was impacted quite heavily upon seeing this for the first time with the stark contrast of this beautiful animal against such a bright white background. At first I found that jarring, but I really find it an incredibly effective way to communicate just the sheer beauty and power of this magnificent animal. I'm assuming TB means thoroughbred on the little tattoo, whatever, you know what that's called, that thing. So I get the sort of sense that this is a thoroughbred horse that's sort of nearing the end of its days. Sort of the reflection gives it this contemplative sort of feel, which I think is beautiful for such a magnificent, powerful animal to be captured in a way that shows a little bit of peace and calm and things like that. I find that quite unique and quite beautiful, so I think it's worthy of a silver award.
Okay, thank you, Dean. Now we've got 3 judges sitting all on 78. So Janet or Karen or Hillary. Thanks, Karen.
Agree with most of what you said, Dean. The printing or the blacks underneath the horse around the legs, we've lost detail there, and I know we don't always have to have detail, but for this particular image I think it is important that we do see that detail in the horse, and I know it's high key, but that's what didn't bring me up to the silver. It's in professional practice for me at the moment.
All right, Janet. Oh, did you want to add something, Emma? Yeah, please. Thank you.
Yep. So I've scored the 78, and I'm just so distracted by that watery reflection. I wish it wasn't there. I really the print itself, the horse and the structure and the strength of all that, wonderful. And I'm visually let down by that distraction down the bottom.
Right. Janet, can I hear from you, please?
So I scored at 80 because it just snuck into that silver range, mainly for what Dean said, you know, that the story of contemplation. And I think it's actually, the photographer's done a really good job of relaying that. So, yeah, well done.
Okay. Dean, right of reply?
Yep, I think I don't have heaps more to add. I think I still believe I think it was the sort of juxtaposition between the strength of the animal and then this blurry kind of fuzzy reflection that is kind of looking at itself in a dreamily kind of way, perhaps looking back into its heyday kind of thing. Thank you. So I think for me there's enough there to elevate it into the silver range because of that. I think technically it's all been done really well. And with intent, whether we understand the intent in full or not, I'm willing to still push it towards in the silver.
All right, thanks, Dean. Sit back on 84 for a minute. Other judges rescore. It's a majority 79 at the moment. You're in. Guess what? Average 81, silver. Excellent. Nice chats. Thank you very much. Next print, please. We've got to be writing this down. We've got to write down those puns and the... That's the most thing I ever did. I got it all fused. Now it's a big sweatband. Thank you, judges. Print averages 84, silver award. And we'll go for review at the end of the category. So it may go up because we had 2 of our judges in that silver distinction range. So we're going to do 2 things, judge change and comment. No, Karen's going to go for a quick judge change. And Janet, would you mind giving a comment?
Oh, yes. It's just beautiful. So, sits nicely sort of around that 84, and good luck getting the 85. I really love how you've handled the lighting, and the reflection just adds to the impact of the image, and great little narrative, and Yeah,
That's good.
done really well.
Awesome. Thank you, Janet. We'll have next print, please. We welcome back Christopher Ian to the panel. Yes. Dino. Dino is going to take over from Emma for me. Thank you. I'll do some creative changing all at the same time. Goes to... So no one can complain. Thank you. By majority, we have a score of 85, a silver distinction. It did average 83, but 3 of you thought it's a silver distinction. So let's make a comment. So who would like to comment? I'm going to get probably Dean, you stepped in for Emma on that one. Comment.
I've got so much time for this. I think it's so quirky and fun and a beautiful little narrative and so beautifully printed and presented. The story of the little evil cat resonates with me because obviously dogs are better. So I think that's really very a beautiful, clear narrative, and yeah, it's awesome. There was almost a little bit of sinisterness in the dog's expression though, which was, I found that a little bit constricting. That the dog itself, the angel, looks a little bit cheeky and mischievous. So I felt conflicted there, and that stopped me going even higher.
No, awesome. Thank you for the comments. We'll accept the score. Next print, please. I did hit accept. I did. That's what happened last time. Double movement. Yeah, when you score 777, yes. Thank you, judges. Print averages 77. I'll accept that score. And Christopher, could I have a comment from you, please?
The issue is it's a one-trick pony. So basically there's one concept in this photo that's really hanging you whole image on, and that is the selective focus zone. And it's extraordinary, but there's just not enough going on.
Oh, thank you, Christopher. Oh, we're having blackouts or lighting issues, but we're okay. Accept that score. Next print, please. So if you've just joined us or if you're listening in live, Neil, you'll have to tell us how many people are listening to us. We are judging the open section of the pet and animal category sponsored by Sony. You're here in room 2. And hello to all our live streamers. We know you're there. And we thank you for listening in. But if you're anywhere in Sydney, we are in Randwick. Randwick Racecourse, free parking all day. Made me happy. Yeah. Thank you, judges. Print has averaged 83. You can challenge. Yes, with fingers poised. Mark's on 88 and therefore is 5 away and may challenge. Go for it, Mark.
Yeah, I gave this a silver distinction. I thought this was captured really, really well in terms of timing, location, the way that it's been handled as well. The story obviously is that the lamb, there's one lamb that's alive and the other lamb actually died in the snow. So seeing that lamb trying to die in the snow, that's the one. If you're looking closer, you'll see it in the green patch. There's a lamb that's dead, that's lifeless at the front. For the photographer to see this and capture this, I think this is a beautiful story. The narrative, the printing's really, really lovely. The focus is in all the right points. For me to take it into the gold award, I would have cropped off the top of the fence line and made the focus on the sheep only, and I think it's captured really well.
All right, then. I'm going to ask Janet for a comment because Janet is on 78.
Yeah, I guess I've scored it in professional practice, and that's where I feel like it just it hasn't. There's nothing extra that I'm finding, even though I didn't actually see the little lamb in the snow. And yeah, it's just my point of attention, I guess, sort of stops there, and then and it's just lost me. But probably have been a little bit harsh, so still listening. Thanks.
All right, Emma, did you have something to say first?
Yep. So I scored 84. I'm going to come up into the silver distinction. Can't crop off the top because then you've got all your crosses, which is your little alluding to life and death and all of the. So actually within that lovely sort of quite subtle palette, you've got that degree of narrative as well. I actually really enjoyed that juxtaposition of the blood red blood, the life, and then the very healthy suckling lamb as well. I think, it's a gorgeous capture of life and death.
Hillary, you're fine with that? Okay, thank you. It's all been said. Mark, final word.
And I love this, that we can judge as a team and look at the prints together because we all bring these different elements. So the crosses is just like, light bulb moment right there. It's so cool. So I'm kind of, I'm at 88. Can I move?
Nope.
Okay, I'm at 88. Silver distinction, definitely. I'm asking to come to silver distinction, but if you're feeling really generous, you can give those extra points as well.
All right, then. So, Mark, you're 88 because it was an elective challenge, so your score stays put. Our other judges, it's in their hands now. It's moved up to 86, silver distinction. Thank you. Very nice. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. Print has averaged 77. And I'll ask for a comment. Hillary, could you comment for us, please?
The expression on the dog is wonderful. The engagement held in his gaze. I think to get it to a higher level, it needs to possibly have something interesting happening and give it a bit more context in the background, a light on the background, maybe a hair light or something.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Hillary. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. This print has averaged 81, silver award. Looks like you want to make a comment. I'd love you to, Mark. Thanks.
Yeah, I've scored this a high silver at 84. With this image, I really enjoy. I've got to stop saying the word "I."
Yes, stop saying "I."
More creative words. The contrast between the contrast between the cattle dog that's in a city at a beach is what what that story was coming together, and I've done it as an 84 as a silver. So congratulations to the photographer.
They did receive silver. Thank you. Can I have a blank screen, please? We don't know why, but it's a nice blank screen. Who haven't we heard from?
What's going on?
I don't know. Robin just said you need to go to a blank screen.
Oh, but you don't know why.
I don't know why.
I heard someone say there's no was printing here. Yeah, are you on the screen?
Yes.
There's a print out of order and the sticker didn't work, so just give
Okay. It's just a little background technical. Nothing major. Nothing to see here. So who haven't we heard from? We've heard from everyone on the panel, really, haven't we? Julie, talk to us. Who are you? What do you do?
I'm Julie Ewing. I am from Melbourne. I am a portrait photographer, and after being whacked in the knee by 2 dogs, so that's how much I love pets. And yeah, I've done 3 charity pet books, so loving to see all the pets here and hearing all the judges here give such awesome comments.
No, you didn't sell yourself at all. I can give it to you.
What about you, Kylie? Who are you?
Well, I'm Kylie. I'm Neville Nobody. I live down the road. Doesn't take me far to get here. Based at Narellan, New South Wales. What I do, look, I do everything. A bit of a generalist. Was a wedding photographer. Got out of that. Now do more commercial work. So I'm commercial, but portraits. Whatever comes through the door. You know how it is. But yes, and I enjoy panel chairing. That's a pretty bad spiel, really, too, isn't it? See, we didn't do it. We weren't prepared. I was national president. That is correct. Federal. I wasn't. Yes. Federal president. No, it's national president. Yes, I was national president from 2012 to 2014. That's a long time ago now. Oh my God, it's a long time. Back. I just felt that. Let's go next print, please. And I did hit accept there, didn't I? Hang on. Right. Is that the right print? Is that the right print? Oh, thank you. Thank you, judges. We have an average score of 86, which is a silver distinction. Straight off the bat. Would you like to make a comment, Christopher? You're just looking like you had something to say.
Extraordinary compression of tones, so that it has that oriental feel of a print. There's one too many birds, and that's the problem you're going to have with triptages or topography where you do multiple images. At this point, you look at it and go, I love that part, I love that. I can't quite see the point of that. So one of the 2 birds, the one that's on the lower reach, possibly shouldn't be there, because then you've got perfect spacing between all your animals with no competition for space, and they're all doing interesting things. That slightly under-interested bird that's doing almost nothing is pulling this down. But you certainly know how to print, so just keep going at this.
Lovely. Thank you, Christopher. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. Scores are coming in. We have an average of 76. I'll accept that score. All right then, Hilary, a comment. Thank you.
I think the brightest part of this image is the most least interesting part, and I think possibly if the photographer had used something that was dark, then we'd be concentrating on the cat, which seems to be lost against the background.
Thanks, Hilary. Next print, please. Oops, push the button right. Got it. Thank you, judges. On average, a score of 80. Silver award. Yeah. Very good. Comment. Let me see. Mark, I'm going to pick on you, please.
Yes, I saw this 81 silver image. The frog is just chilling out in his little old hammock. Like, it's just a really nice capture, nice and simple, beautiful tones and colours, and the focus is razor sharp on those eyes. So congratulations, photographer. You have done a stellar job.
Lovely. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. Prints averages 74. Can I get a comment, please? Maybe Hilary, would you make a comment?
Yeah, I think that it's obviously a farmyard sort of scene, but maybe if the chicken hadn't been directly in the background, it's sort of the redness of the chicken's face sort of is getting in the way of the little creatures that I want to concentrate on in the foreground.
Thanks, Hilary. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. Print has scored 79 by average. The challenge from Emma, thank you, Emma. You're on 88 and a little bit out on your own, but it's worth having a chat.
That's okay. So 88, silver with distinction for me. This has got levels of narrative and intrigue, unanswerable questions like, is that mouse in a pair of underpants? And if so, why? The empty clothes peg. I like the idea that we've got one sort of strength of narrative on the side and then a question on the other side, something that is left for us to ask of ourselves. I think it's been handled in a way that's really crisp and really interesting. I would like to see maybe more subtlety within the whites there, but I actually am appreciating the crunchiness of it all, and that's why I've got it in a high silver.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I do need a comment from one of our other judges. Jenna, would you like to add something?
Yeah, I guess, you've got full control. We're in the open category, and of course it's a composite, but I don't know that the tail actually adds anything to the picture. It sort of distracts from that nice simplicity that I'm seeing. Great effort in the duality of the tones. It is quite pleasing, though.
Right. Hilary has something to add.
Janet, I think I'm around about the same as you, 76. But I think the tail actually is the anchor, and I'm just it matches the tonally to the rope. The reason I gave it 76 is because I needed more expression, and I realise it's a very subtle colour palette, but the mouse is looking down. He's not really engaged with the photographer.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, he, she, we're not too sure. Emma, we go back to you for right of reply.
What did it score, Kylie?
At the moment, it's sitting on 79.
79, okay. Yeah, so for me, that tail is really, really important because it provides that edge tension. Without it, I feel like it would just sit there and float, but instead it connects us through and really then leads us back through the lines. So visually, that tail's really important, I think. And in terms of expression, I'm actually not looking for expression from that mouse. The communication is in what's sort of been presented to me, not so much around expression, just around the quirk value, really, and the interest in the image. So just asking to head into silvers.
All right, then. Well, you're on 88, Emma. Sit back for a moment and let the other judges rescore. By majority, 79. No, it did average 81 though. Oh, so it's just fluctuating, but it means it will go for review. So there still might be life. Thank you, judges. Let's have the next print, please. Because we've got them, and I don't think there's any problem. Thank you, judges. Print scores 83, silver award. And we were all very, very tight in our scoring. So I'll get anyone who would like to comment. Thanks, Janet.
Yeah, great angle that you've shot this on, and really love the pop of all the colour toning of it, and that little doorway in the background. Well done. I don't know where it could be improved. It's just gorgeous. So much personality in that little dog.
Thanks, Janet. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. Print average is 83. But wait, there's more. Hillary would like to challenge. Hillary's on 92. Now, I'll tell you what you're working with. 80, 74, 84 and 84.
Very simple image of the story being noughts and crosses, cats and dogs, so the narrative is fairly simple. The expressions in are gorgeous, and as a photographer myself who's got a new cat with a dog, you can see how these things sort of play out. I love the fact that the photographer's chosen to use a hand of a child to put that in. I think that's important, and because they're kittens and puppies, and all the tonal range of the image is exceptional. It's beautifully printed. It's big enough to see, and it has a humour element in it, and softness and cuddles and gorgeousness. I gave it 9.
You did indeed. I'm going to ask Emma. She's picking up the microphone already. She was at the other end at 74.
Yes. So, and I'm really keen to listen to conversation around it because I was challenged by it. I suppose I'm not seeing a lot of finesse in the actual captures, and I'm also not. It's not emoting to me. So whether that's about the expressions of the animals or I'm finding it hard to connect with it to a level of gold. Yeah, so I really want to hear from other people's thoughts.
All right, let's hear from Mark.
Fantastic. I'm at 84. What was the final score?
Final score 83.
83. I was, as soon as this turned around, I was pretty keen for gold until I went up a bit closer. The only part that's holding me back, which is two small things, but when we're talking about a gold, they're big things, is the little child's hand. The top finger just looks like it's just been placed around. It's just a little bit, could have been finessed a bit more. And the top right-hand picture of the dog is very similar to the middle picture. Now, these puppies and dogs and cats have so many expressions. You could have just choose a different expression, choose a different look. Talking about the look, though, the cat in the middle looking at the dog going, oh, no, like, they're going to win. They're getting a puppy instead of a cat. So the story is awesome. Those two elements have drawn me back to silver. More than happy to sneak into a sneaky silver distinction, but to go to gold, yeah, those two things.
All right. If we have nothing to add from Janet or Christopher, I'll go back to... Mark said it all? Okay, we'll go back for right of reply to Hillary.
I think with the actual expressions and the individual portraits, they're, to me, obviously placed to sort of, in a way, look like a Brady Bunch type thing, and you can see that they're positioned that way, I feel, and so that's part of a game as well. So I think it's, even though it's a relatively simple image, I think it's cleverly put together and works with a narrative of people who own cats and dogs. So,
okay, then.
Yeah, I think it's fun.
All right, well, Hillary's on 92. And as I mentioned, we're currently averaging 83, so our other 4 judges may rescore. Thank you, judges. 86, silver distinction. Well done. Thank you very much, judges. Yeah, very cool indeed. Let's go next print, please. Okay, scores are in. It's on average, 80, silver award. Okay. Now, we do have an automatic challenge on this, but it is an automatic challenge in the negative. Happy to take, do you want to take that challenge? No? We can have an elective challenge. We can have that as well. So I can override the system and I can let you have an elective challenge if you wish. Score was 80. I have two of you that, yeah. But we've also got people in the positive. So we can have a positive challenge and I can make it an elective challenge. I can override the system if you want. Is that a yes? You'll have a challenge? All right, well, I'll take Christopher Ian, I'll take your challenge because you're on 85. So I'm overriding the negative challenge.
That's right. Yes.
Okay.
I am in an extraordinary place. I thought I was voting as the voice of reason, and I'd be, again, throwing water over the judges who want to go to gold, because to me, the bird that's been dismantled is not bloodied, and so that has not been finished off and finessed. But I still look at the expression of the animal and that has done the destruction and think, you have seen that in that face when you originally shot it, and then seen the imagery you will attach to it. This shows you an intelligence in the pet category that really I thought was silver distinction. So I'm going to listen to other people. My only criticism was that the bird wasn't utterly destroyed, but I think that would have been cruel in the context that this is meant to be a piece of fun. And we don't need documentary-style reality to it.
Okay.
But I'm amazed it's not a silver distinction.
All right. Well, Hillary, I'm going to ask for your comment at 70.
I think the message in this image is so literal. It's been shoved down. I feel it's been shoved down our throats, and or my throat. I think as to make a powerful image, I don't think we need all the extra bits. I think we need one cat, one dead bird, and I don't know whether we need all the horns and the thing to we know what cats do to fauna, and I just think that to simplify the message, less would have been more.
All right then. Do you have anything to add, Janet? No, you're agreeing. Emma, do you have anything you'd like to add?
Well, I scored it in silver distinction as well. I'm happy for it to sit on a silver, but I, in terms of the blood of the bird and things like that, I felt like the cat had basically stopped it dead in its tracks and absorbed its spirit, and that was why part of the wing was on its wing or something like that. So I wasn't needing any form of realism from that. I think it's actually a really strong, as you say, fun piece of communication around the ferocity of cats.
Okay then, thank you. Christopher, do you have anything you'd like to add as a final reply?
Yes, if we go back to the idea of fun, and I know this is the destruction of another animal, but it's a balancing act, and at times the imagery, I think, has supported what we're seeing here. Is the cat's eyes are delicious, absolutely delicious. The tonality of those eyes is repeated in the bird and the feathers. It doesn't need to be vicious beyond that. I'm only asking for a silver distinction, because I think if you've got it to silver, you can see it's beyond professional practice. It shows ingenuity. Let's move it into the next category because it is so close to gold. I'm amazed that I'm not seeing judges judge gold on this.
All right. Now, what we're going to do, because I overrode the system, Christopher, could you enter 85 on your score pad? Our other four judges, you may rescore. You may adjust your initial score if you wish. And it does remain at 80, so still a silver award. Thank you. Next print, please. Turn me on, Julie. Wow. Print score 70. Thank you. I'll accept that score, but I'll need a comment, please. Janet, thank you.
Lovely connection between the owner and the dog, absolutely beautiful. Just to sort of elevate this up into the professional practice area, the highlight in the background is a real distraction. You know, we really want to see how much that animal loves its owner, so we don't want to be distracted by the white of the background. You've put a beautiful wall or whatever in the back, so that marries in with the tone. So well done there. And just watch your lighting. You know, she's overlit on her face. So readdress your lighting, and you'll be bringing this picture up into an award area in no time.
Lovely. Thank you, Janet. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. Print averages 81, silver award. Nice tight numbers there. A comment. Thank you, Christopher.
I think we can all appreciate the community that having more than one animal can have and how it can uplift a photo. So they've found their swing at St Ben's underpants, and they've all got little expressions that add to the final result. So we're not just trying to imagine something. It is a bit of fun. It so obviously is.
Thank you, Christopher. Next print, please. Oh, it's gone again. Hang on, let's see if Dean can... Got it? Thank you, Dean. You rescued us. Yes, you were. I'm thanking you. Well done. IT crowd? Have you turned... Yes. Thank you, judges. By majority, we have a score of 84, with a challenge from Hillary, who, let me tell you, is on 97. Now, for your information, Hillary, it did average 85, but we've got 3 judges in that low silver range, hence the majority score. So you've got 87, 84, 80 and 78. So if you like, Hillary, start the conversation.
Okay, so why on earth you would put a snake in a bowl of Fruit Loops? But, you know, the snake's got orange loops around it all the way down from top to bottom. The shape itself is so organic and so beautiful. The printing is gorgeous. I wondered why the photographer chose to do an elliptical shape rather than a circle to match in with the loops, but then that would be too literal. So I just think that it is something, it's completely unique. I haven't seen this before. Why you would introduce a native, some sort of animal like that into a bowl of Fruit Loops, but maybe that's the name of the snake. Who knows? So, you know, people love their snakes, and I think it's a beautiful, beautiful portrait of a beautiful animal, and it should be rewarded.
All right then, well, Mark was on 78, so we'll hear from him.
Okay, so I'm down the other end at 78. One of the, in terms of I've seen this before, from that kind of concept with a snake in Fruit Loops before as well, which is the weird that people do that. And there's a few things that just didn't resonate very well with me was the tail going into the milk and coming out of the milk and going into the milk. But then you can kind of say, well, you kind of need that to give it the context of the depth that it's actually in the milk itself. And then the oval shape with the square shape matching is conflicting with me as well, with all the loops and all the twirls and everything else. So I'm kind of like, I'm all ears. I'd love to hear the other judges talk to me. I'm more than happy to move around. Just give me some reasons.
Well, before we continue on, I've just realised this is actually an automatic challenge, Hillary. Well, I took it as an elective, but are you happy with the arguments that you have said? Because because I've accepted the challenge and it's not allowing, it's allowing you to change your score as well if we take it. Are you happy if I continue? Yeah? All right. So we'll let everybody talk and we'll work our way up. So, Christopher, you were next up from the bottom. You're at 80. Could you make a comment, please?
I was trying to find the context, but I could reward a photographer for creativity, but I still couldn't work the context. The more I look at it, and that's going to be happening all day when we look at things more, you can just start to see why the photographer chose the oval and then the square. It's to encapsulate a symbolism that the animal has made. It's almost like a hieroglyphic letter or brooch design. And it is an incredibly beautiful shape. The more I'm looking at it, and this just shows you how this process is rushed, because I'm now going up as I look at it. I'm going up because I can appreciate what the photographers saw when they took it.
All right, Emma, I'll hear from you on 84.
Yeah, so I'm going to come up into the silver distinction level. I'd love to hear more in regards to going up to gold, but the thing that holds me down is that I actually really think the oval works exceptionally well for the print and for the content of it, but for it to be set within that rectangle is jarring to me. And if it was just the image itself in an oval mat, I think that would be significantly stronger. But I think the palette's excellent, and the sense of play within it is great, and all the structure and the shapes and the forms. So I'm definitely going to be heading higher.
All right then, Janet, can I hear from you, please, on 87?
Yeah, I'm going up to gold with Hillary. I sort of feel like it's a shape within a shape within a shape, and it's just a stunning piece of wall art. It's sort of, you could easily see this huge on a wall, and you'd still keep looking at different things, and which is crazy for a cereal bowl. Fruit Loops, yeah. No, so absolutely fantastic. I'm up in the gold range.
All right then, I took that as an automatic challenge because Hillary was 13 points off the final announced score. So that means everybody may adjust their score after listening to that debate. $91 Gold Award. Awesome. And there was some significant movement with scores there, so nice chat. Good listening, nice talking. Thank you. Next print, please. I was going to do a judge change. Yeah. Oh, you know what? That was, yeah. Come out. Do you want to come on for a sec? Yeah. Change judges. Because that was added one in and I missed it. Yes. No. Thank you, judges. Print averages 78. Happy with that score? I'll accept the score. Would you like to make a comment, Dean?
I think our hero here is the third horse, and as my eye flows from the left to the right, lands there, and it should stop. I think it would be stronger if it did. The fourth horse doesn't. It competes for me for the story, so that's where it got a bit busy and fell just short.
Thank you, Dean. And I didn't mention we did a sneaky judge change then right at the end. So Dean's in. Yeah, you're going to stay. Why not? Sit there, relax. And we'll have next print, please. Yes. Okay. Okay, I've hit the button. Yeah, next print. Thanks, guys. No, she says to. Thank you, judges. Print has by majority a score of 84, silver award, but we're challenging. Good on you. Dean's out at 91, so he wants to go gold. Now you've got an 82, a 78, an 88 and an 84.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. I really want to applaud the photographer for putting together so artfully such a quirky, fun, vibrant little celebration of this character who is the king or the prince of the house. The Queen's Corgi is the absolute superstar. I think there's a real artistry with the way that it's been composited and put together. So easy to have gotten busy with more elements, but a real restraint has been shown with the elements that have been put in there. It's dinner time, there's this dribble coming down that adds a real theatre to this composition. I think we get a great sense of this little character. There's a few other elements in there I'll talk about when I get to talk again, but I really think it's up there. I think it's been beautifully handled and printed, and I'm asking you to consider your scores, judges.
All right. Well, Janet, you know I'm going to start with you at 78.
Yeah, I was sort of a bit on the fence here because I really love the construct and the idea of it. I just feel like we've been given a little bit too much information sort of rolling in. Then the little putty cat sort of secondary there that doesn't really, it's sort of, if you're going to construct something, I think, I would have liked to have just seen maybe two little ears poking up or something so that it's not so, obscure. And then I'm looking at the lines beside the portrait of the Queen that look like big sort of strip lines. Like, is that wallpaper or what? Because there's a real shading there that looks like it's been missed. The darkening on the top right of the corner as well. Yeah, I just feel like it's all so contained and busy. But I'm still listening to you, Dean.
Well, because we're asking for gold, I'm going to get everyone to have a bit of a comment. So, Hilary, do you want to add something, please?
I think the craft that the photographers used to composite this is obviously quite exceptional, and I think the story is fun, and I love the dribble. I agree with Janet about the cat. Possibly ears would have been better rather than that half profile. I gave it 82 because of the crafting compositing, but I feel that the portrait behind is actually a little bit too dominant. It needs to be a bit further back, so it's not as dominant. So it's, like a reference to it rather than shoved down your throat.
All right. I'll ask Christopher for a comment on 84.
The cat shouldn't be there. That's pulling it back. But let's talk about a positive here. Your tones, the Queen's clothing, what the dog's colouring is, the frame colour, the bow, the meat, the table colouring. There's only about 4 colours there. You've very cleverly put them up. I believe you've attempted an American Gothic image. The cat is pulling it down because the symmetry's being pulled apart. A little bit of subtlety there, and it would have been perfection.
All right. Emma, can I hear from you on 88?
The queen portrait in there is being so dominant as part of its strength. So that's for me that's not a negative at all. I'm slightly drawn back by the wallpaper, but I guess the way the vignette has really highlighted those stripes through there, and then you can't really see them running through it. But I'm actually going to be heading up into gold because I do think this is a beautifully constructed, very quirky, very fun, very well constructed and put together image. The cat is important because that adds that sense of envy and that life that the dog is living. I think the cat's expression, also seeing its face and seeing it angled in and its sort of quizzical confusion as to why it's out on the cold like that. I think that just adds another great element.
All right, back to Dean for his right of reply.
I agree with the cat. I understand that because of the solid nature of the cat, graphically, that's not the word, it can be a distraction, but I get drawn down there and then pushed right back. That cat is so envious and so jealous of this pampered pooch who is completely sitting at the top of the hierarchy within the family. It even gets the special Bone Noir wine, which is just delightfully, wonderfully found. Some of the words are almost too small for me to read. I wish I could tell you more, but it came from a cat winery or something like that, which is awesome. What sort of bones do you think are in that Bone Noir? Cat ones. So I think there's little subtleties in here, guys, that really do push it and elevate it for me. We had it sitting just below silver distinction, which I think is really inappropriate, and I think it deserves a gold. So please consider your scores and look at it with a fresh pair of eyes and fall in love with it as much as I have.
Well, it did actually average 85, but it was a majority score 84. Dean is on 91. Our other four judges, please rescore. You got your judges to move, so by majority we have a score of 90. Gold award. Well done. And again, for your information, it averaged 89, but 3 of you went to gold, so it goes too. Thank you, judges. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. Print has scored 80, a silver award. And a comment maybe from Christopher, because you were right on 80.
I love the clouds. The pigmentation on the animal just gives me the feeling of clouds, which brings your eye back to the bladder and, well, the sac, and then the dripping of the milk. That's a very clever perception. That is very, very cleverly seen. And a circle, perfect.
Lovely, thank you. Let's see what happens. Next print, please. Oh, dun, dun, dun. That's the end of the category. Pet and animals are finished. However, we have reviews. We have, oh, they're ready to go. Oh, so we were told to just take 5. So accept this score now. You want that? We'll accept that. Yeah, okay. So we're going to go into reviews, and I will explain the process, especially for those at home. I've got to go to the next set first, don't I? Yes, because that's there. Next set. Start. Yes. All right. Let me just check. We should be all good. All right. I don't think we're going to have any conflicts. Okay, so these images were scored in the other room. They will be on what's called the cusp, so either 79, 84, 89, 94. I'm going to ask you if it will be upgraded to the next scoring range. If you believe yes, it should go up, show me yes. If you think it stays at the score that I announced it got from the other room, you show me no. All right. If you'd like to, you can go up to the front if you wish. All right. Print handlers, you right to go? All right, let's go for the first review print. This image originally scored 79. Do we keep it at 79 or upgrade to 80? And Emma says, all right, we will upgrade to 80, silver award. All right, next print, please. All right, this image has scored 89. Do we upgrade it to 90, a gold award? Yes, we have a gold award. I will accept that. Oops, 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 oops. Hang on, I've got to push the button. All right, next print, please. This image is currently scoring 79. Do we upgrade it to 80? Yes, yes we do. Silver award. Next print, please. This print is currently scoring 79. Do we upgrade it to 80 and silver? Yes, we do. Silver award. Congratulations. Next print, please. This print is currently scoring 84. Do we upgrade it to 85, silver distinction? Yes, we do. 85, silver distinction. Thank you. Next print, please. This print is currently scoring 79. Do we upgrade it to 80? Yes, we do. Silver award. Next print, please. This print is currently scoring 79. Do we upgrade it to 80? No, we do not. It will stay at 79. Thank you, judges. Next print, please. This print is currently scoring 84. Do we upgrade it to 85 silver distinction? No, it will stay at 84 and be a silver award. Next print, please. This image is currently 89. Do we score this up to 90? Yes, we do. Gold award, 90. Next print, please. Ta-da! We're finished. Can we thank our judges, please? We had a lot of them today. We had Christopher Ian, Dean Mansbridge, Emma Hughes, Janet Craig, Karen Alsop, Hilary Wardoff and Mark Rosetto. And print handlers, come out, show us your faces. Come say hello. Mel, Mika, Denise. Can we have a hand for our print handlers? Yay! Thank you to Julie. Thank you to everyone who's been watching and listening. We will possibly be breaking for lunch, and we will be back with our after lunch session very shortly. Thank you and goodbye.